Easy, hi. What's going in? How are you? How's the day going? How's the afternoon going? Stony, hi. What's going in? Good day. Good morning, I guess. I'm just guessing. I'm just guessing. I don't know. I don't know. Probably. Hmm. Cat, hi. Denon, hi. What's going in? I guess wrong. God damn it. It happens. It happens. It's fine. It's fine. How's the thing? Something is weird, and I don't know what it is. I'm doing my best to figure out exactly what it is. Cybersec time, what on it? But yeah, something's missing, and I don't know if it's just me not having a sub layer, or if it's the hair that is pissing me off. I don't know. I don't know. Something's missing. We'll see if that works. We'll see if it works. We'll see if I figure it out later. I don't know. Maybe I'm just cold. It happens. It happens. But yeah, we'll go on in. We have some news. We have some good things, bad things. Um, it is a tad baggy, even for me. Uh, but yeah, it doesn't fit right. Not that it matters, but yeah. Hi, we'll
Jan
go on in.
Lunge just resubscribed for 21 months. Good day.
So it doesn't. It fits as if I had pecs, which is not true. I mean, it is true, but it's not true. You know, like it. I don't know. I don't know. It does. It's not bad. I agree. It's not bad. It's interesting. The thing that is kind of annoying me about this specific shirt and the brand itself is that this is a medium, and the neck is a neck medium. So, eh, yeah, it makes me feel tiny, but I mean, that's the same thing. Congrats on landing, Mizzy. I think that's the first time you landed on the first try. Congrats. That's impressive. That is impressive. But yeah, no, that fucking neck is a tad tight for an M, and I don't feel like getting an L, um, because it's already massive. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Weekend was fine. Weekend was fine. There has been some news. I am. I am 100%. There has been some new stuff. I have made some decisions on this thing to make it much better than it was earlier today. Like the usual stuff. And yeah, some of the things are much better now, which is good. I did record 2 videos yesterday and today with the camera, doing a lot more editing than just filming myself with the phone, which I don't think is a good idea. Um, I feel like it's gonna break my streak by having the quality higher and a handheld mic situation. Like that just doesn't work exactly as I want it to work, you know? That type of situation. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I doubt it. Anyways, some of the news that happened is, as I kind of mentioned it on Friday last week, kinda. It basically happened on Saturday, but like it kind of happened on Friday as well. We had ratings and new fonts and stuff, and I now changed the stars to make them mood based. So, based on your mood, based on your experience with the perfume, you now have a mood based tag badge thingy. I don't like it. It's going to change. And the thing that I did today is having the bottom section that gives you more information about like your experience, by basically taking the text that you have placed inside of the journaling and expanding it to have understanding of what happens. So that's better. Congrats on 235. That is impressive. Um, and we'll see exactly how things work. I just know that it's not great, and I know that I need a lot more work to be done on this thing in order to release it, which pisses me off because I don't really have the time in the next months. But because I'm not streaming next month, I may have the time. But we'll see. That's the thing. The current state of stuff is there is probably some options in there that, like the sand quality could change, the sea edge and projection can change, and so on. So all of that is gonna be the changes here and there that are gonna impact the ratings right there. But yeah, we'll see. Um, I don't know, Chipotle. So we're going in. I don't know. I only know that Sketch is good, that their new updated version of the app is using liquid glass all around. Like they are using basically native system wide stuff, which is pretty good. But other than that, last time when I tried it again, we still had the same issue that made me leave Sketch in 2018. So, yeah, everything, or the main point that I have with Sketch and the main issues that I have is the tool feels slow to me. And it is more snappier than before, yes, but if you don't have a file that is like four screens, Sketch is kind of slow. Things take a long time to apply. Things moving around is not exactly like as fast as stuff, and it is to me similar to when we are right here, right? I showcase that every fucking time because it makes sense. If I'm zooming in on a zone without having a hover on anything, right? It's there, it's fine. If I'm hovering a red section, it starts to lag like crazy. This navigation perception of lagging is basically the perception that I have when I'm using Sketch. Whereas here, I'm absolutely fine. And that is what Figma feels like 99% of the time. It's just when there is this fucking red things, and I don't understand why it's just this. Because again, the red part here, right? If I'm selecting this one, I have the blue part right there. It's fine. But the red one has a lot of lags. So I don't know. It's the same thing on both sides. It's the same hash situation. It doesn't really matter to answer the question. Sketch is pretty good. They do have a big advantage compared to uh, other things, meaning overall, Sketch being Mac only has the advantage of using anything that is Mac native. So Liquid Glass, for example, is native to Mac OS, and therefore building it inside of the tools is basically just them having the glass effect modifier added to the shape, and that's done. So that's really good. The overall things in terms of the tools, it's the same. Like there is nothing really different in between Sketch and Figma. Um, so, you know, not really. Like that's the thing that makes no sense is if I go into, I'm guessing this one is probably the smallest version that we have. Right here, we still have the lag on these ones when like it's not the case, and it's really weird. But yes, it is the calculation. I agree with that, but it's kind of weird to me. Um, I have. I mean, this is kind of This one is kind of a giant artboard. That's the case. And if you are talking about Sketch specifically, we haven't, I mean, I haven't had the opportunity to just check it out in a long time. Um, this is the beta version, so I don't really have access to anything. Um, but yeah. Yeah, no, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. Don't worry about it. The only thing that I like about Sketch is this, like these things. Look at that. I'm kidding. But yeah, no, everything is on Sketch is pretty cool. It works pretty well. That's the thing, and most of the outputs that we've seen on Twitter directly have been really good. Um, in terms of what they have presented and the new features, the new things. Right, this is the new interface that they have with macOS Tahoe in mind. So as I said, everything is cleaner and more adapted to macOS, but it was already the case. So I don't know. And I haven't tried this version, so I don't know if what I just said about being laggy still applies. The version right before this one was still the case. So to be checked. But yeah, overall, to me, as someone that is external to Sketch, I mean, has been external to Sketch for a while now, Sketch is the same as Figma to an extent. Like there are less distractions and there are less possible things that you can do in there just by the simple fact that it's single player. Like you can't really have a secondary person editing the file at the same time. You can, but not really. And it's Mac only, so having to work with a dev that is not on Mac is not an option. So yeah. Other than that, they have good stuff. Um, they've implemented the new like stacks and auto layout version, progressive blurs, and other things that Figma has added last month. No, 4 months ago, 5 months ago. This year, but I forgot when. Um, so yeah, overall, I think it's a comparable. Yes, words. It's a comparable thing. Both apps are kind of the same. So um, they do have collaborative things. So basically, the things that they have for collaborating is not necessarily like a multiplayer. I mean, apparently they do. But the multiplayer thing is not, to my extent of my understanding, is not as Figma is allowing it, meaning that in Figma, everyone is in Sketch. In Sketch, someone that is not a designer basically needs to access the file from the web version, which allowed them to be on Windows, on Linux, and whatever, it's just a web version. And it's just a viewer of the file. So if you are a designer, you may have the ability to get like multiple users in the same file, and that is like only on macOS, whereas in Figma, it's just like whoever from wherever, it's going to be fine. So that's I would say that's the main difference of the, um, not even has trouble editing the file. Clients don't have the ability to edit the files unless they have a Mac and a design license. So basically, they can't. So that's good. I I would say from some of the designers that I've seen um, on Twitter directly talking about Sketch and so on, the creations and the outputted presentation of the creations inside of Sketch are better quality than the ones from Figma. I don't know why that is, but maybe it's just a very limited amount of people and designers that are presented and talking about the fact that they are using Sketch on a daily. Um, but the output just look better. And I'm sure that designer could 100% do the exact same thing inside of Figma. No questions. But, it looks better. That's the usual thing, right? The grass is always greener on the other side. And right now, this is the case. Um, but, most of the things are pretty simple. Most of the things are the same. And to me, some of the creations that they have, I mean, I guess the beef that I have with Sketch in some departments is that they have been presenting things like the flexible stacks, which is the auto layout in Figma, as if it was new. And that's not true. I mean, when I was using Sketch, we had auto layout and smart stacks, or smart groups, as they called it. And it was the same thing, except we didn't have the wraparound. But that's about it. And so there is a lot of marketing stuff that they are using that I'm just like, well, that's you are telling lies right there. Uh, like that's not the case anymore. And the one that I take every time is the Sketch versus Figma comparison section. I forgot exactly where it is. I don't think it's there. Um, but is it there? They used to have like a feature by feature presentation of what is the, yeah, basically this. And everything that they are marking as not there is was false. I think they have changed it, but um yeah. Yeah, now it's a line, which is good, but yeah. Um yeah, the thing that they had basically, and I was really sad about it, is that they were saying things that was like Figma version 1 didn't have that feature. Yes, that is true. But since 2016, the feature that they are marking as not available was available, and it's like false advertising. And I really didn't like this, but I'm sure that there is the exact same thing on the other side, as you say. Like from Figma themselves. Mm, yeah, that's the same fucking page. um, mm, Meh. At the end of the day, again, I'm gonna repeat myself because it's the truest truth that I have. I can't be more truthful than this. The tool you use for design, that's some abs. The tools you use for designs, doesn't matter. You need to use the tools that makes the most sense to you. And if the tool in question is this one to create like icons and that's what works for you, that's the best tool for you. If it's something else, then it's something else. And no one should have anything to say about this. It's just like if you are confident and it is comfortable to you to just play in one tool specifically, just use that tool instead of anything else just because it's better for you. And that's it. But you know, I get it. I get it. Oh, that's why I wanted to do that at one point. Mm, can't do it. But yeah, no, overall Sketch is good, Figma is good, XD is dead, but was good. Um, there is a ton of things in Adobe XD that just don't or didn't transfer from one to the other, right? Um, like when XD kind of died, people from Figma and Sketch didn't really integrate some of the features that were in there. I think uh, kind of Figma added one thing, but I'm not sure if it's comparable. Um, and then Sketch had a plugin that kind of died, I think. Nonetheless, yeah, I mean, not kind of died. It was a plugin from InVision, and since InVision is dead, it died. Um, the main point that I have is that in XD, you had the ability to just create a view with an element inside of it. And then you could say you want to duplicate, I think it was duplicate copy or something. And it was, if you needed a grid of article or something, you just create one and then you extend the view and it extended the zone to have as many as possible in the extended zone in question. So it's kind of like a component, but it was more on like in situation right there that makes sense. And that was really, really cool, specifically because it was repopulating with probable, likely content by default. And then that doesn't really exist. We do have something. I don't think I have anything in that file specifically to talk about. I'm guessing maybe on Stoney's file on the mobile version there might be something in here. Yeah, that thing right there is basically what it is, bitch. It's basically what it is. So that array of content, the fact that I can add stuff and then it generates the proper name and the proper thing is good enough, but like it's not as good as what XD had. And in Sketch, because it was InVision that made this, that had this plugin that I forgot the name, which was the InVision plugin that basically populated the content as well automatically using Unsplash, other text-based functions. That was pretty cool. It was the same concept and same idea. So that's the Figma kind of kept it or stole it from XD, but yeah, it's an interesting point. The other one that I love from XD directly is the fold. They have, or they had, I don't know. Um, no, you no, it was not like a you thing. It's just a Figma thing being a dickhead. That's about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. The other thing that I love about XD is that they do have something which is cutting the fold. So they would have, like on a zone like this one, you would have a line at the height of an expected browser view screen box, whatever. So you have a red line, like basically as if we had something like this that just ended up at like 720 or something, so that you know that everything under that is under the fold and everything above that is going to be seen by everyone that loads the page for the first time. That was really cool, and it's really sad that no one has implemented that as well. Here you go. Hi, welcome in. Good day, good morning, good time zone, good everything. Let's see if you're lending as well. We have someone that just started. Oh well, we're not. You're not lending. Sorry. Yeah, Mizi just earlier landed on the first try, which was pretty impressive. But yeah, it happens. It happens. Stony, you might not make it. Yeah, I have doubts. You landed on the same spot. Goddamn, almost all of you. That is not supposed to happen. Well, congrats. That's pretty good. Cybersec, congrats. You see? Um, you did drop. You did drop, but like straight down. So it happens. It happens. Um, so yeah, other than that, like right now, to really give like a broad view of what is available, Penpot is good, Studio is interesting, Framer is pretty nice for people that are building websites and not apps. Figma is great, Sketch is great. Um, Webflow is fine. It's missing some things and it has a bit of a complexity barrier, I would say. Some people have a bit of a hard time understanding how Webflow works compared to how Framer works, even though they are kind of the same tools. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Sketch is pretty cool. I like whatever they do. I mean, I like whatever they did in the first place. That was pretty good. And then they changed, and now I moved to Figma. Obviously, that's what happened. Um, but as I said, I'm not like against going back to Sketch at any points, just because it's fine. The last time I tried, though, as I said, it felt laggy and it also felt like I was lost, which was the case. I was lost. All of my keyboard shortcuts are not the same. All of my muscle memory of where things are and what I had in mind that I could do and can't do and so on is like kind of shuffled. So not the best, but overall good tool. Overall good tool. No complaint on there. I mean, always complaints, but no complaints on there. So yeah, that's I think that's where I stand on Sketch. It's really cool. It's good, but it has some interfaces, some things here and there. I'm like, we could change that. We could make it better. But yeah, they've been hinting at this like new interface. Eh. Again, as I said, because it's Mac only and it's like liquid glass, it's a matter of just this. Like if I wanted to make this called liquid glass, I mean technically I can't really do that, but um I think I can. um mm, not that. I think if I do that, it's just gonna be rounded all around, and that's gonna break everything. But yeah, it does. It does. But like that's basically what it is. For what they have, they simply have to add the glass effect, and then there is tweaks on these. But yeah, that is the situation. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, that's why I didn't die. Right now, I'm currently working on this section that I don't like, but I don't have a choice. I need to work on this thing to make sure that it makes sense. Right now, it doesn't. The icons don't make any sense to me in my head, and the text line that I have doesn't work either. So, I don't know. I don't know. Like, what I don't like the most or dislike the most is these things because they are ratings without being ratings. Um, like the goal of this new view and this new rendering is to not have numbers. So I'm focusing on the outputs and the text and so on, which is really hard for me because text is hard and text doesn't work. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think for the descriptors and so on, these arrays needs to exist somewhere, and for some reason they don't. So yeah, specifically that makes no sense. Makes no sense. Like it's a for each of the string that has been defined here, which is not how that is supposed to work. But yeah. Also the wording, right, is bad. Like I would never on my own say that a scent is absolutely stunning. I don't know. How would you define a perfume that is good? It's good. I think that's what I would do. So, yeah, and then beautiful makes no sense to me as well. Not for me. It's okay. I like it. It's great. Amazing, maybe. Maybe amazing would work. But then great feels wrong as well. Like that's the thing that I have. It's just like it feels reductive, even though it's not. And I don't know what I can do with it. Also, I like it, and if I say I love it, it's kind of. Thank you. I laughed earlier because I forgot to refill this thing, but thank you. Um, that's fine. Good buying, bit expensive, fair deal, happy with it, total bargain, it's good. It's fine, functional, pleasant, love it. Work of art is. That's also one of the things that I'm like, it pissed me off. It is the wording of the the fragrance community. Like they would say that a scent is gorgeous, like it's a gorgeous scent, and that makes no sense in my head. That doesn't convey like gorgeous is physical. Um, that's the brain that I have. So yeah, fills the room is fine, but it's a bit big. And then the for each like that rating is really bad. I didn't make sure that uh, rating portion is working. As you can probably tell, the ones that have less notes are not aligned with the prior ratings, and there is really no way for me to change that unless I'm encapsulating the zone in like a container that has the same size. So that circle right here has its frame that is either 6 or 4, and my only options to make this work is having like an H stack or something that would have like a frame. of 6 by default. Yeah, if I do that, that now centers my content, and that's better. Is that visible on stream? I doubt it. That's weird. See, I can load stuff. Um, yeah, I mean, 2 liters is a lot. It's yeah. I mean, if you had enough of a container to make it, you have a container. You just can't put said container in the fridge. That's the thing. If you needed to make it or put it in the fridge. But yeah, I get it. I get it. That's better. Yeah. Even though not ideal, but feasible, um, you can go to the grocery shop and buy water in bottles and an exchange because water is fine. You have like something, but you know, you can refill your white monsters. Just refill 3 white monsters, then you're good. You're good. You have enough. You have enough. You can put it in the fridge, and it's fine. It's just a surprise if you forgot that it's like an open white monster can in the fridge that is actually broth. Can happen. It can happen. Yeah, I think the thing that pissed me off here is the icons. The icons themselves don't have. Um, they work, but they don't work. You know what I mean? They are fine, but it's not as good as it could be. And I don't know if I want to use my icons for these or if I want to use uh, Dan. Mm-hmm. Where's the banking system? What do you mean we don't have anything with banking? Really? We have commerce, which is probably not gonna fly. I'm probably gonna need to use my icons for this one, for the bill at least, because that banknote looks like shit. I wish we had coins. Do we have coins? We don't. God damn. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, it's the only one that pisses me off because it is an horizontal thing. So, yeah. What do you mean you made it so pretty? Did you, by the way, change the bottom section that I said you should probably change? I know. I got mail. Also, have fun preparing, Cat. We kind of, I mean, specifically in the video that you shared on Discord, which thank you for that, I appreciate it. Um, there was something in the beginning talking about the fact, oh, that's neat, talking about the fact that it's basically the issue that I have is that the the size of the navigation is a tad too tight for how it looks. Like I would love to have a bit more space underneath and a bit more space above for the case, which is my case, where I don't have navigation buttons. That means that the navigation on this phone, for example, is flush with the edge of my phone, and that's really bad. So, other than that, we good. Other than that, we good. Mm-hmm. But yeah, it's really. I'm gonna do that the whole old-fashioned way because that's fine. Um, but yeah, that's the bottom section, and for me, it is like kind of tight, kind of tight. Not much tight, but kind of tight. So, yeah. Also, does that not work today? It doesn't. Interesting. Um. So yeah, that's if it is the same size when it comes to the height of it, the issue is with the content itself. Like we may have a different font size, we may have a different thing that just bothers me. Do I have YouTube on this? I don't think I do. I have Twitch. Yeah, it pissed me off as well. It does. It does piss me off as well. It's too close to the bottom for what it is. So I would change that. Um, I know you couldn't. I mean, the camera didn't even focus on anything. So yeah, it's not. It's thinner. By not much, but it's a tad thinner, and then you can also see that there is a distance when it comes to uh, the text. Yeah, it's off by nothing. I agree with that. I'm not gonna lie on this. I agree with you. It's off by nothing. Why? It's off by something. Um, Also, this is like way bigger than what it's supposed to be. I get that. But the top, we have 1 pixel difference right there. And then the thing that is the most important for me is the distance in between the top of the icons and the bottom of the text. Um, that basically centers the entire content, which we could basically just do that for safety purposes and so on. Um, but you end up with something that is more aligned. And so here, for example, the text, like the difference in height and the difference in distance from the bottom of the view would be better. Still, as I said, even this one on my phone without having the navigation things, I don't like it. And you are closer to this one, which has like a bit more of a tinier version. Like this one is even smaller, but yeah, you are basically in between the two. So, but that's just Twitch. Like again, YouTube Shorts or YouTube in general is even smaller, but they are using. I think they are using transparent navigation. Brain, brain. Uh, no, not that. Not the navigation system. Navigation. Navigation bar style, I guess. Um, I guess. Yes. So the system navigation can be like changed, and you can have it in transparent and no transparent, and I feel like you should have it in transparent, which is the output that YouTube is doing. YouTube is making it transparent. Also, it's YouTube, so obviously they have access to other things, but their navigation takes the entire height of what it is, and then the navigation bars is getting transparent on top of. So it doesn't really bother me with the visuals compared to what Twitch is having and what you are having right now. Everything that is underneath is going to be the navigation itself. So I don't like that. Right here, this is transparent and it could be the same, but yeah, I forgot what I did. That's the thing. I know that we have an option, a system, a thing. Let's add buttons. I have the navigation at the bottom, and then ugh, I hate this. Yeah, and that's worse. Worse. Ah. Is it this one or is it this one? You know, that's the thing. My bad. My bad. Uh, Basically, my issue here is this. Your That's so pixelated. You have a different color for the navigation that is taking basically that is not taking the navigation bar, it's taking the background color, and your navigation bar is something that is on top that doesn't really extend. So in my views, I would extend that color down. But again, from another point of view, sorry for the flashbang on this one, on what I've done is I've made the navigation bar transparent. So not that it matters and you can't really see that, but there is still like transparency in here in the app so that the navigation doesn't really bother me. And I know that it's a small change, a small detail, a small nothing, but yeah, like same thing here, like it flows through, it goes through the entire array, so that makes more sense to me, you know? But nonetheless, I would still remain uh, gesture is better, and no navigation bar at the bottom for me is much more appreciated. So I end up with something that is just properly placed where it needs to be. But as you can probably tell from the distance in between that icon and the bottom, I have way more space than what I have right here. That's really, really tight. That's it. So just bump it up just a smidge. Not much. Not much. Like, that's the same thing for me. This is too tight, and I don't like it. That's one of the reasons why I'm not using Twitch here. Nonetheless, small details, small changes, potentials, and so on. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. It's the same thing. But yeah, extending that would help, first of all, and then potentially just doubling the space that you have vertically in that container would be good enough. Good enough. Yeah, I guess it's a system boss. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, that might work. That might work. Eh, it's fine. You'll be fine, nonetheless. But yeah, no, regardless what you've done here, that's pretty cool. Mhm. Yeah, good job on this one. It is neat. I don't know what you did, but you did something. Um, yeah, that's a tad better. I like that a bit more. The only change that I would give you on this one specifically, I know this is a screenshot and it's different, is the fact that they now have the same background color as the background color. So either you change the full background color to be like either darker or lighter, usually darker, a tad, or you change this one to be a tad lighter than the background itself. That's the thing. But yeah, um, yeah. Nox, we're coming in. Sorry, I am baffled by this. Uh, that's not the title that I know. um, that is not. Um, I do know knowing. Yeah, we're calling it. I don't remember uh like the the French title. That's the thing. Like, I mean, what I have in my head is not dang. I think it's probably something like the numbers or something else, which is wild. Um, I should just do that right there. Um, ah, prediction. Prediction is the name. That's why. Ooh. Yeah, thrown me off like for a second. I've not. I didn't have that. I didn't think. I didn't know. I didn't know. Uh, it happens. It's fine. But yeah, other than that, Stony, I think that's pretty good. That would help me and probably other people as well to have like a navigation bar bottom that is a bit tight, like a bit taller for accessibility for the people that are like me that just don't want navigation buttons. Um, like my both of my phones, the I don't have navigation buttons on my Androids, and obviously the iPhone doesn't. And the thing that is good on that, yeah, well, I can't search for the 17 Pro. That makes no sense. No, the reason why it doesn't bother me on the other one is because of this. The bottom section of my other Android phone has a chin that is big enough to push any navigation button high enough. The new one doesn't need a chin anymore, and therefore it is flush with the edge of the phone, and that's no good. Um, so that's the reason. That's it. That's the reason. That's the 2S, by the way. That's not the 2. Yeah. But it's the same thing. It doesn't matter. So that is why it doesn't bother me on this one much compared to the new ones. Small details, small stuff that you can change just to have transparent, accessible navigation bars and a bit more sizes so that it makes sense. So that it makes sense. One of the annoying thing that I had to put in place for Can is device width and height dependent navigation sizes. Meaning that if I'm using the app on a small phone, the arched navigation is a tad smaller than if I'm using it on a big phone. And if I'm using it on a folding phone, it's gonna have a max width with a max size. So I know that this is because I have like a very non-native navigation system, and if you are using the native navigation system, you should be good, which I don't think you are based on the fact that I have given you things to do in there that just are not native. Uh, like that's not native. But, yeah. So debatable. Debatable. I don't know how much you have control over when it comes to the native tab bar navigation of Android. I don't know what you can do in there. And if you can change it a lot, I would highly recommend you to not use a custom navigation and revert to a native navigation, and not have like your own, because that would help so much. Again, if you have the ability to just encapsulate in circles instead of encapsulating in pills, because pills is the native stuff, I would do that instead. I would use the native navigations instead of anything else. Just because. Just because. Makes more sense. But yeah, other than that, you could, don't worry about it. I was looking for stuff. I haven't really talked about it. I had like sketches, good sketches, very, very impressive sketches. I know. You can't see shit. I know. But yeah, that was really, really impressive when it comes to creating faces. And I don't know. I don't like it. I feel like something's missing, and I'm right, something's missing. So I did some research. I found other things, but the other things don't make any sense. Like these ones are really good for what they are, but they are not matching the rest of the app. So I just kept them for the shapes itself. The idea and the thing that we thought about, my brain and me, as always, um, is the fact that faces don't work. I mean, faces work, but faces don't work. So I attempted to go with more abstract shapes, and then when you're looking for abstract shapes, it doesn't really make any sense. So yeah, these are coming from my own emotes, obviously. And the more I was looking at stuff, the more I thought that I should probably just, I think it's this one, um, use these, but I don't think that would work for Perfume app. Or if it does, it's a very opinionated Perfume app, which is fine by me. But yeah, if I could just use these, I would love that. I know it's my app, I can do whatever the fuck I want. But still, it needs to match the rest of the people that are using the app. So, debatable. Debatable. It would be great. You have all the emotions that you need to have for your perfume collections, like were you not impressed, like really not really good, you disliked it, you're still unsure, like troubled, not happy with it, pretty fine, pretty good, really liked it. Like everything works, everything makes sense. I guess the only one that I don't have is the loving it situation. So maybe at some point I will, but I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do that one day. Maybe I'll do that as well. That was a very cool idea that we had for 2 streams, and then I did it. I'm guessing now that I have a bit more knowledge and play with code, the ability of creating these things is potentially easier, but goddamn. Uh, yeah, it was pretty nice as a concept, having the badge of the user for the sub, meaning that you can see how long they've been subbed. And I don't know if you remember when we did that. This was basically at the beginning when you came in, 2.5 years ago. uh, and that was basically on the side of me when we had the other stream overlay. So on this side, I think, there was this strip of action bars, like past activities, whatever. And so you could see who's the last sub on this stream, who's the last resub, and followers, and so on. And so just having the badges and the profile picture in an oval shape could, like, kind of oval, not oval situation was pretty interesting. But yeah, eh, you know, it happens. No, that's the thing. That's bad. Like basically what happens is your navigation right here, your buttons are taking your background color by default. That's what happens. So you want to not do that, and instead, you know, uh, make that the same color as this. We don't want the separation. That's basically what I'm saying. However, yes, when it comes to the sizing, when it comes to the fonts, and when it comes to the placement, which looks very native to me, yes, the size seems better. The font distance from the bottom seems a tad better, but not by much. Like, not by much. But yeah, that's good. I think that's needed. Like, that's better for the background transition, and that's better for the sizes. So, you know, it looks more native at least. At least. Hmm. There was a really good question about Vins earlier today about like multilingual apps and how to do that in Figma directly. My main recommendation here, and I can zoom, but I can't zoom. Like that's annoying. My main recommendation, as always, is to not do the localization on the Figma file, but to test the localization when you know that things will happen. So, for example, here when we are testing stuff, we make sure that every time we are using one of the longest username that we have in like in my head, what is the longest thing, and therefore we just attempt to see, is it breaking, is it not breaking? If it's not breaking, then we good for any length. If it is breaking, maybe there is a max character to be having, and like that's the type of thing that needs to happen when you're doing your multilingual situation, making sure that like a potential word that doesn't exist, which is this one, the fake text strings of X characters. Usually there is no words that are that long in the UI, unless you are doing an app for dictionary, in which case, yes, you will have these longs of a fucking text strings. But yeah. Mm-hmm. Anyways, so yeah, other than that, on the app, I feel like I need to figure out, and I don't want to figure that out, but I need to figure out some sort of a way to display the emotion of the users, um, probably without having a shape. The idea for this obviously is perfume spray. So you spray on a cardboard something, it does this kind of spray overall behavior, which is fine as a concept, but it also not really work for presenting how liked or unliked something is. And then it also like is perceived as a range. So I went with looking for other stickers and other things available, but I didn't find anything really good. um I don't even think I searched on here. But most of the issues that I have with the stickers that are good stickers, like these ones, they are not the same sizes. So one that is like positive, for example, might be circular shaped, and that's fine. One that is, uh, I don't know, negative might be this one, which is a weird shape, which is pretty cool, but it's also not necessarily good. So I don't know. I don't know. Like I love these ones, and I love that as well. That makes a lot of sense, but it's also like really, really abstract. So going back to what I said earlier, like if I had to go with abstract shapes, I would go with something like this or something like this for the, that's a really good inspiration for the one that I just created. But it's also already really face wise or face tone, like similar to these ones. And that's not what I want. We want something that is a bit more abstract. So shit like this could work, but is not perceived enough, and it's kind of hard to get like a universally recognized shape, and that everyone understand that this is a positive, negative, or neutral shape. I don't know. Um, like this makes no sense unless there is text next to it, right? Obviously. And then once you understand what they look like, it makes sense. But goddamn. I was thinking about doing flowers as well. These are stars, so that's different. But I was thinking about doing flowers directly because that makes sense. Um, but not all perfumes have flowers, so yeah. Yeah, that's the cheapest stickers we've ever seen. So I don't know. I don't know. I really like these ones, obviously. Um, most of the things from Headspace have been really good for the presentation, and they don't really need a lot. It's just the shape of the emotion. but that's too recognizable as something that it had space related, so I can't really go with that. Like this is head space related illustration types, and so that makes no sense. I mean, it does, but it doesn't make any sense. And going with something like this, which is the usual, right? Something that is neutral is going to be very circular. Something that is negative is probably going to be like broken and a bit different on this one. Maybe the sparkle is the loving one. I don't know, but yeah, it is complicated, and I've been at it for 3 days, trying to figure out what makes the most sense, what works the best for what we are trying to have and convey in the app. But it's really hard to get something that just will work for all perfumes. Like, again, there is a lot of them that would work for the floral perfumes, but I can't really have a set of reaction stickers per perfume type, because you need 5 per reactions. Like basically, you have 5 reactions in total, and then you have 15 fragrance families. So yeah, that's um, that's a lot of stickers to have in one app, and then to change and not mess up and not make mistakes on it. So yeah, if you have ideas, please share. I would love to. I would love some input on these ones, but yeah, it's complicated. It is complicated. And just doing the faces would work as well, right? If I just do pills with the emotion, it could work, but I think it's an interesting take of, instead of doing this, we take that. Instead of doing this like so, just exporting it like that. Sorry. That could 100% work, um, as a concept. So, you know, but it's weird. It's too weird. It's also like really hard for me because there is nothing in the perfume community right now that I can potentially take inspiration from. Like everything we have on Parfumo, for example, um, God damn it, there is no reactions or other thing other than having gradings and notes. So it doesn't really make any sense, um, from here at least. Like I don't have anything to, you know, take from or take inspiration from. And then if I go into Fragrantica, which is the same thing, um, there is no ratings other than that right there. And that is too classical. And at this point, I should just use the emojis, which is already what I'm doing. So I don't know. One of the thing that I've done in the beginning as well was potentially just use the emojis in a black and white fashion. So grayscaling them instead of having them in full color to make them stand out in a way that just feels better. But I don't know. Again, going back to creating icons is hard for a lot of people. These icons are almost good together, but technically speaking, only two of them are from the same icon pack. The rest is from different things. Like this one and this one are the same. And then this one and this one are two different icon packs. And then these two are not from the same realm whatsoever. So you have line icon, solid icon, line icon, solid icon, line icon, solid icon. Like it's a back and forth, and it just doesn't work together. Specifically when you have all of the other one that have just line icon only. So, consistency. Consistency needs to happen. But yeah, again, no grading, no emotional things on this one. No way for me to just get like an expression-based thing. So it's hard. I guess something like this is basically what I'm looking for. That abstract, that level of abstraction is pretty nice, but there is still a shape in the center. So, and it's a cat, so that's fine. But yeah. The idea for me is to get the stickers at the top of the view as well, so that when you're opening the perfume details, you end up on something that tells you or shows you directly, oh yeah, you did like it, you have that stickers on it, that sticker is one of the liked stickers and so on. So that makes sense. But other than that, I don't know. I don't know. It's really hard. And I don't want to do that either. Like, this is an option, because they are all the same circle thing, which makes sense and it's helpful and you can just have that. But I feel like the first one that I shared in the beginning is a bit better because it end up with more personality. Like, these ones have more personality overall because they have like different shapes, and that would work for me. As in, this would be dislike, this would be fine, this would be unsure, and then this would be loving it, obviously. But again, I can't take that because this is headspace again, and it's way too recognizable of a shape and a face. But it is the concept. Same thing as this one. This one is a pretty good one. I do like it a lot. But they still have faces, and that's too recognizable. God damn. Medicine is kicking off already. Holy. Yeah. Yeah, I had a lot of research on these ones, for example, these shapes that are more abstract but still geometric, so that it's easier to recreate directly inside of SwiftUI, but then I can't. I don't have the skills to do that just yet, so doing them in Figma makes a lot of sense. And then shit like this is also one of the ideas that I have, to have the simple color radiating from the center to present like the emotion. But you don't really have, or so far we don't really have, an emotional grid that makes a lot of sense outside of, like, in terms of colors. So yeah, I don't know. Like this one is the only one that is kind of interesting for me to have like the orbs of colors based on the emotion. And there is plenty of apps that have done this. This one in particular, that we've seen. This is a very old project, very old project. So having blobs like this is cool. It makes sense. You can recognize something by using the face, but nothing else. And the color itself is going to help. But you don't have that, or I wouldn't have the ability to make that as stickers as easily as other things. So, yeah, that's the dilemma. The dilemma is really hard on this one. Again, as said, I've been on it for 3 days, so it makes sense that it's harder than expected. It makes sense. I love this thing. But yeah, that was expected. God dang. That's the time. That's the usual time. It makes sense. I like this as a concept. I like the blur effect, obviously, because that's cool. But I don't think that would be representative of an emotion, or at least not as much as it needs to be. But it's a cool concept. It's a cool concept nonetheless. And we could go with some of the shapes. Like, again, the shapes have been such a strong contenders. And I think I do have this downloaded somewhere. I do have it in from In the Ground. So there's probably an option for me to just use that because I got it. Yeah. Yeah, I got it for these grainy backgrounds. Grainy backgrounds, gradients. But yeah, that, these shapes could work. Again, like that one for an uncertain is a very cool thing. That one for loving it is a pretty good thing. If I get a heart as well, it's a pretty good thing. So let me get the inspiration back from above. Where you at? Golly. I love Pinterest for this specific thing. The fact that you can just go back and go back and go back and end up in the right place. That's pretty impressive. Um, so yeah, if we said, right, as I mentioned earlier, if we said that neutral was this, that's your neutral point of view, like when you like it but you don't love it, and it's just neutral point, it's fine, it's an okay thing. If you were not sure about it and then you just um, remove that point, you know that's the shape that you get. If you're not happy with it, you might take something like, that's a nice face. You might take something like um, a square instead and say, well, that wasn't for me specifically right there. Like, that's no good. So, we'd have something like this potentially. Um, trying to visually align them in terms of visual weights. Right, so not for me. It's fine. And then you need to go the other way around, so you end up with potentials. I don't want to go with the heart right away, if that makes no sense. But the heart would be this. Basically. Right? That's the heart. That is a heart. You know it, I know it. Everything's fine. Um, God damn it. Visually align. And I need something in the middle to be excited about it, like you like it a lot, but you don't love it. And I don't want something like this, but that kind of works. Like it's an interesting situation. And the hexagon would be a pretty good option, but also not necessarily any something that is recognized enough. So like the excitement is this, which is a bit of a banana shape. We could make a banana. A banana is always a good idea. So said banana is usually like that. The other way around, my bad. I guess that could work. Hmm. Again, the goal is to have like something that is unrepresentative of the actual emotion while still conveying the emotion itself. So, in the sense of, goddamn, that's not the easiest thing to do. That is not the easiest thing to do. Visually speaking, they are not necessarily the same visual weight. So, it's kind of hard. I feel like this one is just a smidge too big. Same here. I might need to get the square to be a bit bigger, which is wild. And then my circle is pretty good. The overshoot is pretty nice. And then it's a matter of coloring, but I don't know if I want to do the coloring directly inside of Figma, if I want to do that directly inside of Swift. So let's see. Let's see. So dislike, unsure, fine, whatever. That's the vibe. That's the thing that we have. And I don't know. Yeah, the love one is a bit too much. I think that's too much of a recognizable shape, and that's the reason why it's not working in my head. It's goddamn, that's a lot. It's needing some sort of a different value for this to make sense and be recognized as, like, I like this. I guess these ones are an option, like these are stars related, but it's also like not the right ones. And again, a star is going to be too much recognizable. So I don't want something that is like that. I guess this one works better because the point is not like that pointy, so we end up with something that is still hard, but it's still a bean. So because we end up with a bean, it's fine. Yeah, why not? Let's try it out. That doesn't really change anything. So we have my bad. My bad. It's not what we need. That is not what we needed. So if I have a new folder right there, as always, the usual activities, single scale, used as template so that you can recolor them really easily, and then it needs to preserve the vector data. All of that makes sense. If I do that, I feel like is going to be kind of bad, but we're going to test it out as usual. So if I'm getting um, that image, that foreground doesn't really make any sense, I'm just gonna, you know what, I can keep that. I'm gonna keep that, but I'm just gonna remove the system file name right there and just have that instead, so that we have our sticker thing. And then from here, I know that I need, or I want to get this as a sticker image, because that's the thing that will happen. And in order to make that happen, I need some padding. 8 won't gonna be good enough, so that we have the bean as an option. Um, I'm I'm unsure. I am unsure. You can tell that. You can see that on my face. I'm unsure about. God damn it! That's the wrong key again. I'm unsure about the perception that user will have if they see this without any text on it, or yeah. I guess it's the text that will make it more interesting, but or at least the face, if I make a face. And if I do make a face or add a face to them, I fear again that I will have to make the colors and the effects directly inside of Figma, which means that I wouldn't be able to animate the gradients. Like right now, for example, I can 100% just play with that blob of orange and make it move around, change the shadows, the inner shadows, and so on, to get something that makes more sense to me. But if I don't do that, and if I have that directly inside of Figma, I'm gonna need to get the entirety of the stickers basically done and properly done. As fast as I can. I don't know. I really don't know. I'm really not sure about the faces. That's the thing. Like, it's not a bad idea, but it's not a good idea either. Hmm. Alan, hi. Welcome on in. How's the day going? How are you? DDMU, hi. Welcome on in. I could leave it tiny, yes. I don't know. Something's bothering me. What do you mean I can't enter the fucking thing? Sorry. Uh, uh, no. So not an option. Basically, the issue is that it's gonna be here. It's going to be placed above the bottle of the perfume in that container, and I don't think that's gonna be any good, specifically because it needs to be right here um, in the view, but then when the view is expanding, it needs to go away. So it's a sticker that is just like somewhere around on top of the bottle to represent what it is. But yeah, that's not gonna be not gonna be the easiest thing. Um, so at that size specifically, you wouldn't necessarily be seeing the face. And it's mostly going to be, again, going back to not these ones, but the other one that we have in here, somewhere in here. A shit like this. Like, that's the idea. These emotions-based presentation, like these gradients, are basically the idea of the containers and the shapes themselves. So we can have a face, but I would love to not have a face. I feel like the face is too much of a common patterns for what I'm trying to convey. And it's also too much of a rating pattern. And I want to avoid that. I want to have something that is roughly random. I mean, roughly random, roughly abstract, so that you don't really understand why that's the case, but that's the case. Like if I go for shadow when you dislike something, and I go for fire when it's like something that you like a lot, or cosmic, that kind of makes sense. If I'm neutral in nature, it's good. It's like a midpoint, and maybe minimal is going to be like when I'm not really knowing, and Arctic is when I like it but not too much. Like that's the type of potentials that could go with the emotions. And because of the shapes already, you are supposed to understand what the shapes represent. Um, but that that's bad. That's bad. That doesn't work. You know what I need? The opposite of that. Yeah, that's it. That's true. Exactly. God damn. What I need right here is, instead of doing it in as a shape, I need to do that as a line. I need to do a line. No, that is not what I said. I need to do that as a line. I guess 38. Yeah, 38 is going to be fine. 38 is going to be fine. And then these, like so. That's a bit too much. 4. So roughly 66 between the two, placed in the right spots. 19 makes a lot more sense. It's a line, but also it doesn't make a lot of sense either. And the goal from here is that now I can add a point right there in the middle, drop it down, and if I like round it up, I'm always going to have the correct amount of roundness, top and bottom. So that's going to be good, at least better than what we have right here. So let's do that. That's better. It still has this weird visual thing where the angle that we have right there compared to the angle that we have right here makes it look like it's too not like that. And I don't want something that is really flat because that doesn't make any sense. But that's not enough. God damn, that's the same issue. It's the visual cues as always. Oh my god. Mm-hmm. I guess. I guess. Whoa. Alright, caps lock happened. I missed it. I don't know. Also, the thing that I have in my head right now of thinking about the feel of that being like something like this and done inside of SwiftUI directly would be probably a pain in the ass. That's the first thing, but also probably number two, a lot of time recalculating and replacing the entire thing if I want like animations. So I don't remember. Which file name? And what do you mean? I don't remember cutting from the center. As in having letter, dot, letter as the file name? I said that? You sure? You sure I said that? When? When did I say that? I don't remember. I do not remember. Um, God damn. Yeah, that's the thing that I'm currently on. Like I'm there and I don't like it. Uh, I don't know. Maybe you do. That's the whole color scheme. Also, I'm dead. Don't worry about it. I love how the stream freeze and then it unfreeze for 5 frames and then I crash and then I'm back. Like that's just god damn. uh I don't remember which file names you're talking about. That's the thing. If you're talking about the icons, it, I don't remember. Like, I really don't remember which files in questions. Oh, that. I said that? Didn't I say something along the line of if you're doing like a navigation path, you should have basically disk. And then you do dot 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 folder. Is that what I'm talking about? Yeah. If that's the case, yes, that is. Yeah, that's the native way of doing breadcrumbs. So yeah, there's. I mean, there is no. Yeah. If you just look for breadcrumb navigation, if I do that on web design, for example, or something else, this is the regular path, at least for me, where you have your base stuff, and if it takes too much space, you just condense to have everything that you need. Usually you condense to just have the previous one to the current one, and then on hover of this, it expands to show you the entire thing. And that's something that we do and recommend all the time. So if I said that 6 years ago, 2 years ago, yesterday, like that's the usual behavior. So yeah, I mean it makes sense. Doesn't make a lot of sense, but it does make sense. Uh, much better. Much better. Still the same background color as the background. It's a bit too close, but that's fine. And that might be not good. Uh, you basically need to cut the before the folder name or before the file name, not in the middle here, like not randomly. Right now it's basically random based on the device width, I'm guessing. But yeah, for this, for example, what I would say is I would have disk slash folder slash ellipsis slash file. I would keep download so that you know exactly where it is. And then on click, I would expand, but that's like more complex than anything. So I don't know. I don't know. But why not? Yeah. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Let's add that. Let's add that. Let's reverse it. Let's make sure it's in the corner. That always create this banding in the center that I hate. It's so bad. That is so bad. Much better. Much better transition. I guess on this one, what we would want to have is that maybe a bit more saturated on some angles because it's like, but it's green. That's the thing. So why are you itchy today? That makes no sense. Might need to go roughly on this side rather. Ha! Yeah. That's okay. That's not a bad idea. You're right. You're right. You said nothing, but you're right. That is not a bad idea. It could work. It could work. So here's the idea. Instead of having something that is random, I'm going to use the previous color to fade in on the next one and or the previous one so that you end up with a gradient of transition that makes a bit of sense. The thing is, going from green to orange is not going to be good. Going from gray to green is going to be fine. Like that's a bit of a green right here and then a bit of an orange around there or there, right, to create a transition. And that yellow orange things is probably going to work. Like if you get something like this, it's fine. But then, you know, you get that transition, and then this one you get like the transition as well. Just getting this like so. Just a smidge. So this one instead. That's gonna be wild though. That's probably gonna be really bad. um, but it's good because this is a meh, not really my vibe and so on. So that's fine-ish. Fine-ish. So you get that gradient. I feel like that's okay. This one is a bit too there. And this one doesn't have anything else, so the only option on top is gonna be white. Probably one of these. As a concept, it's fine. As an output, it's not. It's debatable at best. Maybe. Zach will call it. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for chatting. Appreciate it. I don't know if it needs more squiggles. Squiggles are not necessarily going to work for the goal here. Um, I also feel like the square is the outlier with its corner radius. So maybe making it like a tad more corner radius-y would be good, but also it's the dislike one from where we are right now. So that might be a better option to just say like 16 is fine, maybe 12 would be good. And squiggling this would make no sense. That's too much. Yeah, these are okay. They are okay. Yeah. Maybe. Again, unsure. Very much unsure on this one. Because we don't really have like proper output anyways. And that transition is shit. Oh my god, you changed that. Is that visible? That's that's so bad. Is it the white section? No. And I can't make it that green. Like it cannot. It cannot be. It cannot be. I might just do one of these, getting this one at 0 and the center one at like 25%. So it's a smoother transition. But it still stands out as very much green compared to like that orbs of color. Debatable. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think that's gonna work. It's better for the transition, that's for sure. That is for sure. Now the question remains, is it going to affect the outputs? I think if I have my foreground color that is defined in here, I'm going to have the overlaid colors as expected. So if I'm just removing that foreground color um, altogether, we should be good to have that in the preview, if it works. It doesn't. And that is because I have left them as templates. That is true. That should work. Yeah. Also, that font size makes no sense. That font size makes no sense, specifically at that situation. Huh? What do you mean? The others are still in template when I just selected everything and said default. God damn. I I guess as images that might work. That might work. I feel like it needs text, and that pisses me off. That's the reason why I'm not sure. It's fine. Like, there's nothing to say about it that would make it better or worse right now. It's just like it's okay. I mean, we've seen better, but it's fine. It's a nice transition. Right here we have a bit of an issue in the transition of colors, but that's, I guess that's just like vector rendering in SwiftUI, which is kind of shit. So, you know. Um eh, that's fine. That looks green now. That does look green rather than as bright as it is right here. So I don't know exactly why that is the case, other than maybe I need to export that in PNGs instead of SVG, so that we have something that is just like cleaner in P3 and we have all of the color scale thing. We'll try that out. We'll just try that out. Again, doesn't cost anything to just, do that. That seems brighter. God damn. Huh, yes, that's true. Since this is PNG now, I think I need to make them resizable fit in order to have the things properly displayed, unless I don't care, which is also a very, very probable thing. Yep, I do not. I do not care. That's much better. That is much better. Yeah, I may I may want to export them at a fatter output, but also it's fine. Um, huh. I forgot about that. Um, that's also a thing. It could work. It could work. 100%. I guess 18 or 20 is going to be pretty good. Um, like a viable angle in between -20 and 20 is probably going to give us enough rotation to place it somewhere in the view when it's readable if I have text and still good. So that's an okay thing. Um, well, I don't know about that. That goes back to my limitations. I don't think I have the skills to do that. Uh, that's basically in my detailed rating and personal experience card. We have currently these ones, right? We are returning a text. And so I have a feeling that if I'm getting that, with like love instead, right here, and instead of having, again, I'm not sure, instead of having that being the emoji, I'm getting an image that is taking the image thing. That's fine. That's how it works. And I would need to make this image resizable. For sure. For sure. Yeah, 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 yeah. For sure. Um, we would have the rotational effect, that's for sure, but that's come before. We would have our padding of 8 and our sticked effect right there so that it has everything that it needs to have. And there is, as I said, a need for a resizable section, and then from and then from there there is a need for fit, but I don't know how that works. I forgot. Mm. Is it right there? No. That's not it. That's not it. Yeah. Uh, how much we want? 32? Yeah. I think it was 48 a second ago. So I'm going to use 48 in width, then I did match. But that means we have love, like, fine. Eh, meh. And dislike. See, I learned stuff, Stony. I mean, not dang. It matters, but I learned stuff. And that would be the output potentials, which is fine. Not ideal, but you know, it's whatever. And then because of that, I did nothing. I did nothing. I remembered something. That's what happened. Uh, I think because of what I just changed, the emoji right now, because it's supposed to be the same thing on both, and it's supposed to be that as well here, I'm gonna need to basically state the exact same thing twice, which feels like a dumb move, but you know. Basically, the reason is the range is inverted. Don't ask. I don't know either. And uh, yeah, I don't know why my rating is inverted compared to my sentiment, other than the fact that, I mean, it's not inverted, it's just that my sentiment is going from 0 to 1, or from -1 to 1. Um, and my range of rating is going from 1 to 5. So we end up with damn. That is more personal. I kind of like the ID. I don't think it's a good ID, but I kind of like the ID. So let's see. Let's see if it looks like something. I don't think it will. I don't think it will. Also, which one am I gonna go check? Oh, that's gonna be so bad. That's not a bad idea either. Yes, that's another point. I'm gonna change that in a second. Because it's the same point anyways, and it's the same behavior. So I can kind of copy paste the content. It's gonna be fine, I guess. We'll see. We will see. The loading, like compiling the app, installing it on the phone, and then having it do the entirety of the calculation and so on while doing the Xcode builds, meaning that it's basically running from the Mac on the phone, is a pain in the ass. I have nothing else to say. It's just the worst thing we can do, and it makes no sense. It's just bugs all the time, and on device is much better. Like right now, I clicked 5 seconds ago. So, yeah, gonna see. Yeah, you know, it's fine. Eh, it's fine. That's not the emulator. That's my phone. That's my actual phone right now being used by my computer. So, yeah. Simulator is fun. The thing is, if I launch the simulator now, your ears are gonna bleed because macOS Tahoe, macOS 26, and Xcode simulators have beef with each other that basically bump the sound to 200% and screech for no reason. Hmm. That's fine. That's an okay thing. It's not the best, but it's fine. We have seen that before. I feel like having them here in the beans is going to be a pretty good option as well. So I'm gonna do that. In order to do that and not make a mistake, I'm just gonna copy paste it because I don't know shit. Because I don't know shit. So this is in my. Good question. Is it in my timeline section or is it in my view model? It's in my view model. Uh, it's not? Really? Where did I put that? Ah, right there. That's where I did. That's where I put the thing. Um, so, same concept, same ID, same thing. If I have, that's the only place that I have it, right? Yeah. So that's my entry rating. My entry rating is supposed to be somewhere. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, yeah, no, it's right there. My bad. My bad. Um, so that section is supposed to be 20. I'm going to replace that. I'm going to make that 20. I'm going to change that to an image. And that is the mood emoji. What? I should just do that. Use your keyboard. Yes, I know. I know. Ah, that was easy. And on this one, however, I think I want to use my sticker with a width of 1 instead of the width of 2, so that we have less border and it's more adapted to what it is. And I might change this size to 24 so that we have it's a bit bigger overall, meaning that my padding could be at 4 all around, and then the edge makes sense. So I'm going to use that for now. I'm going to use that for now. That comment makes no sense anymore, so up you go. I don't like the background, but I'm still going to keep the background for now. I need something. I need something uh, as a reference. It's going to be fine. Yeah, no, I know. I know that copy pasting is a. Oh shit! I forgot that. My bad. ah, sorry. I just saw something. Um, I have my rotation angle at -8, and then I have a secondary rotation angle at -8 or 2. That's not a good idea. It's not a good idea because that means that I can have a -16 right there. So I'm gonna kill the app. Not do that. Just remove this one and be done with it. I'm also gonna copy this one and potentially probably place it on the other one. Ah, oh, that's good. Yeah, that's gonna be good, I think. I would say the only issue that I have with the copy pasting thing is that it happens with my non-understanding, which is the usual case, where I'm going to copy paste something without really knowing why I'm copy pasting the entire thing, and then I'm missing a parenthesis, a comma, a thing at the beginning or at the end, and it just breaks, and I don't understand why, because I'm reading the thing and dyslexia is not taking over. I mean, dyslexia is taking over, but I'm not taking over. So I don't know exactly if I'm pasting properly or not, and we end up with shit that just doesn't look good. So, you know, I don't like it. I don't like it. Yeah, I feared this exact thing. So, yeah, I'm kind of right on this, where this one is big. Like, dislike and fine are really massive compared to meh. Uh, so I'm not gonna keep the width, I'm gonna keep the height. Yes, yes, yes. Because that's what I align them with, dumbass. If only I had an ID. That only happens and apply when you have the ability to get the same um, elements or the different elements of the same containers in the same view. Because the one that you have at the bottom, the big one, because you only see one of them, it doesn't really matter if it's like wider or not wider. But because like I have the ability to see the fine and the meh at the same visual size in width but not in height, and they have been aligned in height, then it makes more sense. It's if I have this, even though that's massive. God damn, god damn. Um, but it works. It works. So yeah, again, I can change these images with no issues really quickly, and I'm probably gonna do that in the future. But like right now, that orange is really cool. That's not something I would think of saying any day. But yeah, that orange is really cool. Let's see one of the loved one, because that's gonna impact the view. It's a lot of hearts, and it looks like a lot of hearts, so I don't like it, obviously. Um, yeah, it's a lot of the same all the time. It's working. Uh, what do you mean? I am. Where? That's gonna be the same. That bean. I think what doesn't work is basically the container. The background, as I said, is just pushing things around in a way that just doesn't make a lot of sense. So here, I basically need the bean to be at a very specific angle and then potentially be flat, but most of the time not be flat. So I'm going to need to export it at the angle in question, so that it doesn't take as much space. And then that should be good. Um, I don't know. I don't know. I'm duplicating the emojis. Like that's basically what I'm doing. I'm planning or I'm using the emojis that we had to follow through. Um, I do think that the heart being like love makes potentially more sense. Um, what? Hmm. We'll see. I'm gonna remove the background. That's gonna remove so much shit. It's gonna be good. That is going to be good. Um, I could do that. That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. You know, right? That's right. So that's not a bad idea. The concept right now in my head is I can have a max width so that the bean cannot be so much beanie than the rest. So I can have like a max width of 32 and a height at 24. And so both of them needs to be max. Um, max width of 32 and then a max height of 24 means that it will resize to fit that container of 32 by 24 maximum, and that should help a ton with the placement. That's okay. It's not good, but it's okay. And I'm not gonna lie, I do like the bean. It's a fun bean. I don't know if I agree with placing it in the top level, but I could agree that I wouldn't necessarily put the heart at the top level. Um, that made no sense. I think what could be interesting is a star, and I don't remember if I have it here. I think I do. Um, like we could go for one of these for the love one, one of the weird ass one like that or that as a base, or not. Like one of these would be pretty cool if it's more organic than this. Uh, it's not a bad idea. It is. It's not a bad idea. Um, you know. But it's spiky. That's the thing that might break it. Well, that's gonna be bad. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, it's too spiky for what it is. And you would do that instead, basically. That's what you say. You bitch. It basically is. Like, it's the same as this. You can't really shrink them too much. I mean, you can, but you can't. Though, again, what I just did is because of the max height and max width system, I will end up with something that is pretty accurate and pretty good both of the times. So, that's something. Um, but that doesn't work. That that transition doesn't work with everything. Nope. Also, that's supposed to be here. So that's one of the reason. That's 70 by 70. This is 96, and this is technically 38. That's a lot. That is a lot. Yeah, that's 104. So I think I can shrink it down to potentially being like 96. And in order to shrink it down to match with this, I would need somehow, which is really close already, I would need somehow to just bump its width. So I need to be somewhere around here and then bump that to like 38 again. So the bean itself is the same width, right? We end up with like a bit of an overshoot on this one because it's pointy, but like overall it works. Could go for 40 just so that it's fine. But yeah. And I do agree that they are kind of fat. Not gonna lie. They need to be a tad fatter than the square already. Like that's, don't really have a choice on that. That's a dick. No questions. No questions.
Bad AOA, bad.
I said nothing. I should just delete this as well. That is true. Let's have a look. There's something interesting about it, but I don't know if these shapes makes a lot of sense for most people. I think with the text next to it is going to kind of help to, represent something. And as I said, the heart shaped for the love version is too much recognizable compared to the rest of the shapes. So we end up with something that is too recognized. That's what too recognizable means, yes. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I was about to say maybe let's take a look at one that has a range. Like I have one that was really interesting in the beginning and then I really disliked it and basically removed it from my collection. So it is somewhere. I forgot where it is, but it is somewhere. Also, I clicked way too fast. Yeah, maybe. This was so slow. Oh my god. Ah, I see the issue. My max width at 32 is making the thing 32 by default instead of having it potentially be 32. Also, all of these are just nice all the way. That makes no sense. That's not the one I wanted. That is not the one I wanted. Which one did I say it was fine in the beginning and then it was not for me ever? Was it this one? That's just candy all around, so that's fine. It's like a slug. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. Yeah, these is better. This makes more sense. I just wish it was flexible instead of being like that. But it places it in the center, which is fine, right? That's if I'm loading that with a line in the center, this is aligned, which is okay. Which is okay. Was it but not today? No. Oh, that's one of them. Why I said not for me from the start. The square feels wrong. It feels like I'm missing an image because it's squared. So that's the situation. One of the ideas that I have had was to create broken pieces, as in this is just an exploded version of something because it's a shattered heart. That's the plan. Or that was the emoji in the first place. But I don't think it matches with the vibe of I like it, I don't like it, you know? So this one has nothing, which is fine. I will say my main issue is probably the fact that I like most of my perfumes. There's not a lot of them that I'm like, not so good. Like most of them have been stable in their ratings. I'd say that's the issue. Like it's just, yeah. The bean is really cool. I'm not gonna lie. I like the beans a lot. I like the bean. I like the bean. I just wish that max width was also flexible, but I don't know how that works.
TG_Khalil
yeah.
just resubscribed for 45 months. AA or AHI?
What did I say? Welcome on in. Thanks a lot for the resub. I'm not here in December. Makes no sense to resub for December. I appreciate it though. But still. How are you? How's everything? How's the stuff? Yeah, that's bad. That's bad. That is bad. Huh? We're gonna use Apple Intelligence. No, that's not true. We're going to use nothing. That's the question. No, I appreciate it. Not gonna lie, I appreciate it. But yeah, no, I need the height. uh, um, yeah, but that's what I did. Uh, I wish I could just like revert, but no. Yeah, that makes no sense. That makes no sense. Yeah. Ah, yeah, no, no, no. What's the fucking line? 82? I'm gonna take the entire thing. That's gonna be better. Um, mm, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe this one is better. Apparently, I did the right thing already. Um, why do you? Yeah, adding a fixed size is not. That's not gonna help. That that is not gonna help at all. At all. But that's the only thing that changed. Like nothing else is different. So we'll see. I will need to refill that in a second. That is for sure. Why is it so slow? I mean, I know why it's so slow. I'm streaming, I'm compiling, using the iPhone mirror instead of just using it on my phone, which would be much easier and faster. I know. I know. Let's use this one. No, it's still 32 in width right there. That fixed size basically makes the N and the M exactly align, which is fine. That's good visually speaking, but that is 32. That fixed size doesn't make fucking sense. We basically don't want that. Oh. Well, that's working. I'm gonna refill the bottle. I wouldn't say that's a forced timing, but kinda. Kinda. So, they removed the resizable and scaled to fit. Without resizable, the image renders at its natural size. I see. And the frame max width system should do the trick. Let's see. Let's see. Maybe they're right. Maybe they know what they're talking about. I don't know. I don't know. That's all I know. I don't know. That's probably good enough already. But goddamn. Is it gonna compile? Please, please compile. Thank you. Oh. Also, the more that I'm looking at the app, I said that last week, I will say that every week, the more this font is pissing me off. Something is bothering me. The rest is fine, but that font specifically just feels out of place. And I don't know if it's the color, I don't know if it's the placement, I don't know if it's the Monday in the background that just doesn't make sense. But something is bothering me. So yeah, that is not exactly what we were supposed to see, right? That's what I expected right there. I expected this to not do that. And you pissed me off. Yeah. That's not worth my time. All right, I think I'm fine with having a bit more width and height. Unless I'm just changing it to get the max widths not being 32, even though 32 feels like the right width for the bean and the candy. So I guess I'm gonna remain that. No. using a request for saying this was shit, please try again. To be honest, when the goal is basically to just revert to where we are. I don't think that's worth being live at all. Like, it's fine, but it's not, you know, that's not it. That is not it. Let me check that though. Ah, yeah, that's a lot. That's like 17. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. The flexible image thing, I'm thinking about if Enid has something about images. I don't think he does, but we never know. We never know. Let me check. Let me check. That's not image bound. We do have this for the image bound, but it's also like not the thing. But that's for symbols with like dot fill as an alternate compared to what I'm used to do. It doesn't matter. It's not the same thing. um, but yeah, I don't think we have anything related to images, rendering, and sizing in these free tips that he is posting on Twitter. Um, yeah, that's not in there. And if it was, it's oh, that's cute though. Huh. I didn't know. I didn't know we could do that. You can scale effect x minus 1. We just make it flip. I would have used the flip modifier instead, but that's not the case. I haven't seen a fucking single image so far, so that is probably not something that I can find right here. Who would have something like this? I guess this one, which is so sad, by the way. This article was really good, and I wanted to read it again, and it's not available anymore. I'm so sad about it. Um, why? Why? Um, that is not what I'm looking for. Hmm. 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 Ah. I need to learn so much. Not that I care about it, but I need to learn so much. Also, that is not accessible, my guy. That's not readable. Um, yeah, no. How can I find that though? That's the thing. No, I mean, why not? But it's not the image renderer that I'm looking for. Because the image renderer is not, I mean, it provides, I'm using it for the social sharing view, basically. It's the image renderer is rendering images. It's not like the image tag. So it's not, rendering. I just need image as a base. But the thing is, if it is resizable and the aspect ratio need to fit, is basically what I have right there. It's resizable and is scaled to fit. You know what? Let me aspect ratio content mode fit and see what that does. So that frame is not supposed to be that far away. How does that look? Does that look? That's the question. Holy shit. My bad. I'm sorry. My phone is gonna catch fire. That's what's gonna happen. It's going to catch fire. I'm gonna run directly on my phone and not like. Also, I mean, I need to have that. Goddamn, I forgot about this, which is really sad. Basically, the perfume detail view is burning the GPU on my phone. I mean, on everyone's phone, but like on my phone as well. And the reason for that is the particle in the background with the blur is extremely GPU intensive, and the small particles with metal, for some reason, they are good, but they are also touching at the same time because of the blur on two things that just don't work. So that's really sad. And yeah, I've tried to make it work to be less hot, but it's not. It's not less hot. So yeah, aspect ratio content mode fit might be good. I doubt, but yeah, resizable is exactly what we currently have. So sadness. Sadness. So yeah, when it's running, I'm forgetting that it's currently running, and I'm still on the detail view. It's just burning, and that's really sad. That is really sad. I'm also seeing something every time that the app is launching that I think is since iOS 26 beta 3 from last night or 2 days ago, I forgot. When I'm launching an app that is supposed to be in debug, whatever, the app icon is morphing into the app icon for no app icon design when it's opening compared to other apps. So I'm guessing this is just a debug issue, but still a bit annoying to have. That's still 32. That is still 32. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know if I'm removing the height, the max height and the max width of 32, and then it's just like they're taller or not taller. Or if the thing is just gonna break all day, every day, like this one is gonna be fine because the max width 32 is basically what it needs. But basically, I'm scared of the bean. The bean is scary. And the candy is scary as well. I mean, technically, right now they are the same size, side by side, so we should be good. But I don't know. I don't know. Oh, it's been a while since that happened. Uh, that is my timeline entry again that crashed because of me going too fast for this thing to render, basically. Like, it's fine when I'm not, you know, re-rendering. Oh yeah, that's massive. God damn. Yeah, that's good. But, huh, I'm about this close to attempt something which is probably never gonna work, but we never know. um, me kill that. So, ID is, what if I'm just adding another frame back to back with a max height of 24, so that it has one constraint, which is a singular constraint of a max width of 32, so that it's just like whatever. If it's 32, it's 32. If not, it's not. And then I have a second one, which is based on that 32 thing, it can only take 24. I doubt. I do doubt, but you know, we'll see. Maybe it do work. Maybe it do work. And I'm gonna go slow for avoiding a crash. God damn. That thing makes no sense. Holy shit. Again, coding on the stream is really, really boring for me. It takes so much time. Specifically the rendering, like yeah, no, I know, but it's like it's so slow. I think I talked about that before. My spoiled ass with the design part of thing is, you want to design something, you design something, and guess what? It works, and it's right in front of you in the first second, so you can see how it looks. In here, that's not the case. That is not the case. I need a, just fucking expect things to work. God damn, this one is not good. Give me something wild, like Fortis. Yeah, that's the same issue. Again, that is the same issue. But at least we have 3 in the view, so Fortis is going to be a pretty good option for me to go check and see. I could fake it. I could fake it. I'm going to fake it. gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. You don't know about it, but it's gonna be fine. I'm also seeing the memory side is just going up all the time. That is wild. So if I'm just doing love it instead, so that I have the bean. I have mostly almost all of them. If I didn't have a fucking bottle update in the center, I might be able to have like a love it in one spot. But alignment wise, I feel like that's fine. The one that pisses me off is the nice. The nice doesn't have enough, or it has too much space on both sides. So two things. I feel like my not for me or dislike needs to be wider. And I feel like the nice needs to be wider as well. Maybe not full circle, but there might be something that, you know, kind of vibe around the sticker that would help with making it feel more like a nice thing. So it could be a pill, um, you know, like the regular thing would be. That's also a thing that is kind of bad, but it kind of works. You would have, again, going back to what works, you would have something like this. Bitch, not something like that. So, right, regular thing, like, not like, I don't know, I don't care. Dislike, okay, regular, kind of like, and then you have the heart for the love. That's a very interesting concept of just having a bean, which is always the same width, but it's just a different height. Um, that could work. That could work. Um, and that's basically the concept. When you look at it really quickly, it is frowning. Denny, hi, welcome on in. Not frowning, very flat, and bean bent. A bent bean. A bent bean. But it's not really good. God damn, I forgot that. Okay, sorry. My bad, my bad. I apologize. God damn. Yeah, please share links or pictures or stuff, you know, the usual. It's fine. It is fine. So this doesn't make sense. That's where we are. And I could try this. I could try no max width and see if it works. But I have a lot of doubts, as always, to get the things in questions. So, you know, if you're about to share links, let me make sure that this is reloaded. Alright, what does that look like? Does that look like anything? I doubt it. I doubt it. You're gonna send me the link on Twitter, aren't you? I feel like I know what's gonna happen. Hmm. Hmm. Why is this thing so slow? Just wait. Just wait. We said 40s was good. That's what we said. Oh, god dang it. Everything is so slow. Ah, I hate it. I hate it. God damn. Yeah, that's massive. That is massive. I like it though, but that's massive. Users aren't tech savvy, so instead explore what it looked like if supplier categories were outside the drop down. You shared a link and that's it? Or is the second thing an image? The second thing is an image. Cool. Cool. The minute talking about the nav bar of the marketplace. That section here, I'm guessing. Let me open that in Figma so that we have like a bit more play and look around. And so right now, you have this section at the top. I'm guessing that's the thing in question. You have the types and capacity that are basically the same thing. I need an account or something to get started, probably. You have the map. You have your. Oh, that's bad. You have your marketplace option for the locations of plan, which makes sense. And then what you are proposing is having a floating navigations for the filters in the search, right? Especially based on the user on tech savvy, so instead explore what it looked like if supplier categories were outside of drop down. And you explored multiple versions with the search at the bottom, with the search at the top. That's weird to have two searches, at least for me, from what I can see here, you know. No. Never. Never. I think this is a mistake. I think you made a mistake on the search here, not being in the same place. But yeah, I like this. This is cute as fuck. No notes. This is cute as fuck. Specifically if it's things that you have like on your own shortlisted, as in I saved that for later and so on. So that's really neat. That zoom at 0 is not, that makes no sense, god damn. I feel like what you have here with the venue, hotels, restaurants, bar, being at the bottom of the section makes a lot more sense. I don't know. That is the truth. I don't know if it can be further or bigger than this. And based on what we have right here, it kind of can. You have like a ton of options. So that's a lot of things to navigate. And I get that it might be the reason why you need them to be outside of that array of things. But based on the scroll amount, right, you reach speaker basically. So you have that value going here. So if I was on the full screen display, which is right here, and that search was above everything, these would take the full width and I wouldn't have anything to hide, share, whatever, right? It's a good enough section, right? If I just get that, I have the entirety of the thing. It doesn't need to have a scroll. It's fine. Currently on full width displays, I'm kind of good. So if you put the search next to the explore marketplace with a search for anything situation, that could be an option as well, so that you have your pre-selected section right there. So that's option number one. The filters, types, and capacities are useful, but I feel like it would make more sense for me to have them at the same level as the topic and explore sections right there. I don't know why. That's what is in my head. Let me read what you said. I'm questioning if the non-tech savvy users won't understand that the drop down is supposed to click in. Exploring having suppliers categories based on what you said you needed in the event creation. If you needed, and if you needed more, you have the ability to add more. So basically what you're saying is that here I have venue, hotels, and restaurants and bar, because in the onboarding, I said that I was just interested in venues, hotels, and restaurants and bars. Which makes sense, right? Because if I was never interested in transport, you know, that's the thing. However, I would have a plus. I would have a bit of a plus right there to, add another pre-selected filter as an option, just because maybe I don't know what else is there. And I forgot that this thing is the onboarding that I did 3 months ago, and I forgot the categories that was or that were available. So that's one of the changes, um, which you have right there. Good job. Good job. So yeah, the plus is appreciated. The thing is, if you put it here and you have the shortlist right there, that button with shortlist, you will end up with something that's scrollable horizontally, unless you make it go above the map. So I don't think there is any way someone would click on the drop down if they are not tech savvy and they don't know that that exists. It's not visible enough for me to say, oh yeah, 100%. We can do that. Like I can see that. But like I'm trying to look at it at the full width of what the website would be, to really project myself and see the size of things. Everything looks tiny. So uh, um, yeah. So it's right there. I think these. Am I on something that is proper when it comes to the sizes? No, it's doubled in size, right? No, 65 is pretty. It's a pretty accurate thing. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that called? Hmm? What? What is that? Anyways, only me can see these things. God damn. Yeah, that's a 2000. You made a thing with 2000 in height, which is very, very wide. I would say you probably have, in reality, if I rescale it down to like 1920, to have like a roughly 1080 environment, um, it's it's probably going to piss me off in terms of the sizing, because things are really small. Your sidebar toggle is 32. So you're telling me that these things are 32? Is that what you call toggle, or is... Oh no, this. My bad, sorry. Brain. This is 32. Yeah, that's roughly what I have. I'm like, have it like there. God damn, that's tiny. It's tiny. I don't know. Yeah, roughly. All right, cool. God damn. So that means that your container right here is almost 100 in height, which I understand why you wouldn't make it like taller, but also you kind of need to make it taller, from my point of view. These are really tiny, so I would be kind of scared of having the user understand that they can click on things. Um, hmm, hmm. Can you give me like a bit of a greater information? That's not a bad idea. It's not a good idea either, but that's not a bad idea. Uh, so I like that option of animating when it needs to be animated. The issue that I have with this is that as soon as the user selects something, the animation doesn't exist anymore. So if they open the thing, they see that it moves, they select something, they go take a shit, they come back, they forgot that the thing have moved, but they are currently selecting hotels, and you know, it's not there anymore, or it doesn't move anymore, it doesn't attract their eyes, and they are not tech savvy, they might not understand that the drop down is a drop down. We do, but like that's the tiny thing. I do like the first version is not really true, but like I do like the current version, um that is not that. That is this. I like this as a quick access, specifically if it's full width, because that makes like there is no questions. This is the easiest thing to find because I can easily see every option. And once I have selected something, I will have all of the potential availability stuff right there, and therefore it's really, really simple. So that to me is a better option because it just makes sense, and the understanding from my point of view of having hotels and then I go to catering and AV and so on, and have the view basically remap itself to match what it's supposed to be, that's pretty neat. The last screenshot that you sent me right here, yes, is roughly what I would have. The only difference is that I would have that floating bar be full width, so that the map and the zones are in the same container, so you can scroll this without really bothering the map itself. So I would go full width. The main reason for the going full width is because if I'm full width right here, like all of these are visible, and I have everything, and I don't need an horizontal scroll. The horizontal scroll would be there, but it's not necessary. Like that version is fine, but it's a lot of movement, that a lot of people might not necessarily be aware of. And a click and drag doesn't exist, so you need to click on that teeny tiny arrow on the right side. So that might be a bit complex for some people. So yeah, I would have it like full width at the bottom. That makes more sense to me. Let me just open that in here for the same reason as earlier. So that might work. I'm going to say something. It's bad what I'm about to say, but the people that are targeted with what I'm about to say need to take it the right way, and it's not you, so don't worry about it. If the people that are targeted by this interface are not tech savvy and they don't necessarily know exactly how things work when it comes to looking for a place to stay or looking for a place to plan stuff, maybe look at children's interfaces as inspiration. I know that sounds bad, but what are the cues of children interfaces? Everything is either colorful or bigger. And if they don't know how things work, there would be some heavily, heavily, heavily colored or animated hints that things can be interacted with. So it can be stuff like a animations, a tooltip, a walkthrough at the beginning, the first time that they open the page. In my views, right here, based on the size of things, I would resize most of the navigation at the top. Like most of this thing feels a bit too small, and so going like 1.5x zoomed in might be better. So your buttons currently being like at 32-ish, making them 48. So that's more like tablet friendly situation. It takes a lot more space, I agree, but it might just make the interface so much more usable for the people that are not tech tech savvy. So that's the first thing. The input field being like much bigger at 40 or 48. Same thing. They figure out that they can type on stuff and they can read things specifically for that section. But with that comes a caveat of right now you are dropping 100 pixel in height for the presentation of the locations and other places, things that are in the list. And by doubling roughly the height, you will have like 150 to 140 pixels taken by that bar at the top, plus the tags that are right here, which is the filters. That is going to be 200 to 240 pixels lost to the navigation. So there is a need, at least from me, right here to have the filters to go inside of the navigation. The shortlist, you had it right here as a floating thing, which is really cute. Again, might not necessarily be something that makes sense, but if it's animated the same way that Arc and Chrome are animating downloads, right? You click on download, it goes into your folder and you can see it fly there. Typed, if you typed on the heart and you see the things drop into a new package, which is called shortlist right there, you understand. Like, again, children mentality, the thing moved. You see it just fly across the screen. You click on it, you see it's the shortlist, you understand, you're good. So that's the thing. Thanks all for being here, Galil. I appreciate the resub again. And take care of yourself, as always. As always. Appreciate it. So that's the thing that could help with basically putting the tags and the filters instead of the spot of the shortlist right now. So that's the thing. I have a question about the search. What the fuck does it do? Like, is it searching a place? Um, Last streams is at the end of the week. Basically, we have Wednesday and Friday, and then I'm off for a long time. For a long time. I don't know how long, but yeah. December, no streams. January, we'll see. But yeah, that's the plan. Wednesday and Friday. Wednesday, Friday. Last two. Last two. Um, yeah, also, that's the thing that pissed me off. Um, You have Los Angeles, CA, California right there, and then you have hotels, but then the selector for hotels is basically the same selector as the sub-bar things, right? So it it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. I've seen Tita. Hi, welcome in. Welcome back. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? Um, yeah. I see. I, to be honest, and to be like direct on what I'm giving you right now, I don't have enough background understanding in the entirety of the product of Planned to be able to say this needs to change this way or that way just because it makes more sense. Because I don't understand most of it. What I'm seeing is that there is a lot of things that are split when they should be together. So this the white space that we have here, the white space that we have here as well. It's like it spread things across without really having any reason for that. And then the amount of white space we have right here, based on what we said earlier, right? Um, so yeah, have a good call, and then when you come back, you tell me. You tell me the rest. Um, but yeah, no, I don't. I don't know. There is a lot of thing that could, based on the fact that I don't have, the background understanding, that doesn't help. But yeah, I think the navigation could be retracted, compacted to make it better. The shortlist being at the bottom of the map right there, sorry, right here is a pretty good idea as a concept. It also matched with the rest of the landing page, and I'm gonna say that again when you come back. But um, that's neat. That's neat. I think I think what I would do. Yeah, I would probably do that the other way around. Uh, like that sidebar makes sense to me. So I would keep that map for sure. The rest of the content makes sense. The bottom section, I'm going to duplicate that. The bottom section um, with the options is fine. So that stays. And then, interesting. And then that, cool. And then that thing right there Um, I like the top one better, so I'd probably go for something that has. That's so wild, though. The alignment of the thing that I have in my head right now just doesn't make a lot of sense. Um, but it will work. It will work. So I would probably just keep that section at the top, but at the bottom. I know. So I would have that roughly here on top of the content. And then the thing that is kind of wild in my head is, let me make sure that I have the selected values things right there. The thing that I have in my head is I would have that. Probably place the search right about here on the other side of the view. And then on this one, I wouldn't, right? I wouldn't have a search. I would just, God damn it, that's the wrong key. I would just have, bitch, I would just have the plus. So you end up with something that just makes sense. And that means that this section right about here, right, you get your dividers and then you get your white space. Yep. Right there. So that makes a lot more sense to me because you have your four navigations. Um, and then the top section is basically what I would keep um, at the bottom. Like the bottom section is what I would keep at the top. That made no sense. So without the shortlist, but I will still have to keep that for resizing purposes. So it's going to be right here and right there. That's not aligned. Denny, that's not what I told you in the past. God damn, that's shit. Um, so I would do that. Kinda. Not really. The reason I'm not really into this is because overall, the ah, goddamn. The issue is that you never have the filters before the selection of the tabs. Like that doesn't make any fucking sense. So the first version that Denny had is pretty good and it works, but it also doesn't for the reason that I just mentioned. Um, so I don't. I don't know. It might end up with just this, to be honest. Um, no, no. God dang. Ah, I made a group. I made a mistake. It should have been a frame. And that's on me. That's on me. Um, like if I was to do this instead, have the filters like we currently have, and then shortlist would not exist right there because it's not where it's supposed to be. And then here, if we remove, you know what? If we remove that, and I'm gonna do that instead. Ugh. This alignment is shit. But I did it by hand, so it's fine. Um, if that's like white with the corner radius that you have, which looks to be 40. God dang. 40 seems like a lot. But you know what? It seems pretty aligned with the content. Yeah. You may have been like a 38, but yeah. With the size, with the zoom and so on. God damn it. If I do this instead, and that goes up as filters, and that goes up as locations, you end up with something that is slimmer overall. But it's also like simplified in a way. Um, in my head, there is something, and I will go back to that when Denny's back. There is some changes that are useful. So, for example, in terms of how the user would read the view. So you end up with this page right here. You see the logo of the thing that you're used to. That's good. You go to the next banner thingy, and it's like venues, hotels, restaurants. You can add more. You can see the plus. It makes sense. And you can search something, but it's linked to the location, so that's kind of weird. But then the location is next to the map, so I understand that this is probably going to change the map to an extent. That's also one of the reasons why I wanted to have this thing be like wider overall, so that you can have like the map location above the map situation. Um, and then you have the filters, which makes sense. Everything needs to be bigger, at least from my point of view. And then if you have your shortlist right here, once you shortlist something, it goes there. So you see the transition, you see the animation, you see it pop right there. So that makes sense. The main issue that I would have on this shortlist thing is the fact that it's currently 3 and it's displaying 3. What the fuck happened if you have 8 in your shortlist? Do you did you display 8 in the map, or do you just display 3 or 4 max, and then when you tap on it you have the display there? So I don't know, but to be checked. And then a lot of people would love to navigate through the map and not through the grid. So having the ability to expand the view to be reversed, basically having a massive map and just a column of places, that is something that a lot of people like. So that's also one of the reasons why, if you have the navigation, the filters in one section that is above everything, you end up with resizability of the content underneath really faster. Really faster, bitch. Learn to speak. Much faster. Much faster. That makes more sense. Yeah, I guess. So that's a very good start, to be honest, based on where we are right now. That makes a lot of sense. This one makes a lot of sense as well. This doesn't. This doesn't make any sense to me. Specifically because I can't really see the map anymore. That's bad. Um, yeah, no good. No good. Yeah, no, overall that's the main points, I'd say. And not that it's a lot of points, but it's the main points. You have good options, good things here and there. There are stuff like on the last version that we have right here. It's similar to what I just did. It just have the search and the location at the top, which just don't make any sense to me. Um, and the search that I made here doesn't make any sense either. Like it's missing something like size. So again, I would have that section be above most of the content, and then I would have the map be somewhere around here. The thing is, I can't really resize it because of the fucking thing that I need at the bottom, and I don't want to cut the navigation section because I'm missing stuff if I do that. God damn. But yeah, that makes more sense to me. That makes more sense. It needs to be bigger. Needs to be so much bigger. And that thing, if we want to follow what Denny had earlier, guessing it's probably something like a 16. And that color is probably a blue based on the fact that it's like land blue. And these needs to go through, but I can't like. Multiply would be good. Yeah, multiply is good. It takes the same color as the background. I'd do something like this, potentially, maybe, in a pickle. Probably with these things doubled, to be honest. Again, for the regular sizes that I said earlier, because these things are supposed to be somewhere along the line of 30. No, if this is 32, your icon is 24, roughly. So that means these ones are smaller. That's all I can say. So yeah, this is roughly 64 in view, so that's doubled. And these are 48, so they are 24 in height. Yes, I was right. I would double that or go one up, so from 24 to 32 in their height for their buttons. Same thing for the search. So basically, because this thing is 60-ish in height as well, I would, I mean, these buttons as well. I was 32, I would make them like 48 or 40, so that it is more emphasized. Um, that makes sense. And if you just wanted to have something that is a bit more height, and the filters you wanted to make them somewhere else, you could place them either next to the search, which is not necessarily the best place, but why not, or next to the place on the other side, which would push the search away, which I don't like. I like the fact that the search and the locations are roughly based, aligned with the map underneath. Like that makes sense to me, but you know, that's just me. Just me. Yeah, I feel like that's fine. I feel like that's fine. Let me put this one next to it. So that we have a comparison. And the other one that we had that I think was pretty nice. This is basically the same thing. And that's the first version, so no. And the first version is interesting as well. The way that they have created these filters as well for the date, like calendar date range for the filters, is pretty neat. But it's the same issues. But it works. So yeah, overall, I would say that would be the two finalists for me. Not by much, but like it's also very tiny again for you on stream to be able to read and see the details of the thing that have been changed. It's tiny. It is very tiny, and you can't really do anything about it. But from the initial thing, the shortlist goes at the bottom right on top of the map so that you can see them. It's more visual. There is an animation to have them pop in. That is, yeah. I mean, the thing that is to see is the tininess of stuff. That's also really good for, I mean, that's one of the point and one of the reason why I said it would be better to have everything bigger, just because, first of all, I know who's here, but it's tiny. Like everything is tiny. And yeah, just doubling the sizes or 1.5x these things, pretty good option. These filters are so small, goddamn. That's fine, but that's it. That's just fine. That is just fine. There could be a mix in between the two, right? We could have, instead of having these tabs here, you have them there, which is what one of the version that Denny has done, and then having the filters inside of this thing. I do like the fact that the top section is as slim as possible, visually speaking, even though it is the same height with that element inside contained. But yeah, that is also one of the reasons why I would like to have the filters right there, like inside, like an all filter button here that just open a view. I think we have something since earlier today. I don't think this one is going to be easy to load on stream. Let's be real. Let's be real. That's going to be bad. In the Navigations? Nope. Nope. In the navigations, yes. Something like this, for example, like this is a drop-down menu for an hamburger menu, but it's the same concept, it's the same idea. If you are looking at like your whole filters and you have your filters underneath, that just opens through. I feel like that makes a lot more sense than what we currently have. So something like this would definitely work better, simply because it's just easier to understand. And then in the preview or in the thing that you have right there, you can just have like right here next to it, basically, you can have what has been selected. So price range is applied, and therefore you present price range. Calendar date is applied, and therefore you present calendar dates. And that way it's easier for you to just scan through. Like tags might be you display that you have 3 tags that are selected, but nothing else. That could help, but yeah. But yeah, I do feel like doubling the sizes is gonna help for most things and most users. Basically the sizes that I have right now, but on a half-scaled version of it could work. So if I say that is 0.5, that's tiny. And then I'm removing these 2. And I'm placing these 2 right there. And then something like this makes a lot more sense to me in terms of sizes. So you end up with so much more visual impact of the current tab selected, the search as an available thing, and the available filters just stands out. And then everything else based on animation, transition, potential resizing here and there for the map specifically, you have an overall pretty good understanding of what's happening. Whereas here, even though it's the same exact thing, you are losing the hierarchy of information, the thing that you need to do, just because it's so tiny. So, yeah, that's kind of making more sense to me. And that one is 1.5 size. So that's, it could be a 1.25. But this is currently zoomed in 1.5 size compared to the rest. So, yeah, that thing. Yeah, I was right. At 32, so that's perfectly aligned and placed. This is 73, which is a lot. It's a lot. It could be 60. But that's just like a small change. Small thing to change. I would see and say and agree that it is so big that it looks like the system website navigation and not like anything else. As in, this is thinner than that. So I get it. What? Taking people for children or saying that they are children and they need a lot of help for the navigation system is a valid thing to do, sadly, at times. Healthy. Yeah. Also, these two blues are not the same. That don't ask. Don't ask why I see these things. I don't know either. I have no clue. I have no clue. Apparently the line is probably like a 1 point ish, like a 1.5, based on what I can see here. So I'm going to use a 1.5 as a default. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. Yeah. Most of the things are aligned though. That's I'm gonna say that because Danny's pretty good. So I don't I don't fear too much, but I do fear some things here and there. Yeah, it works. All right. That still makes no sense. Still makes no sense. Interesting that it's running in the background. It's in low energy impact and low memory impact as well. Pretty cool. Um, yeah, I mean the base is just this, right? That's what I did. So just one bar at the top with the navigation and the places next to the map, and that makes more sense to me. That you can just place the shortlist in the bottom right, so that you have the animation, the thing that I talked about earlier. That's means it's fine, and the best option would have to be the all filter right here, like basically inside of that container in the center, and then the search is basically linked to the map, not really, but kind of visually speaking. And then you just add them to the left of the all filter thing when you add the filters, but not before. And then zooming in on things by making the navigation system a bit bigger makes it more prominent, going back to the children thing. So that is easier for anyone to figure out what to do. That plus stands out. And if you put the filters here with that system of a drop down extension of all the filters available, then, like it's easier. One of the example that I have that I didn't go through a second ago because I forgot where it is, I think it's there, is when we had projects and filters for the project. I think I have a sections for the filters specifically, which will explain my points right there, which is there, I think. No. Is it in my global behavior? Nope. That can't be. One second. What the fuck is this thing? Right there. Goddamn. So some of the thing that we had, right, was have the ability specifically here to get like the sorting and so on. And as soon as you have the filters or one of the filters enabled, we have this thing that pops up. We are showing X amount out of X amount. So if something is selected and you know that it's taking off like 16 project out of the entirety of the array of projects, it's just displayed here so that you know that there is a filter that is applied, but you don't necessarily know what is the filter in question. It doesn't really matter. What matters is you know that you are filtering the whole system, the whole array of project and or venue, whatever you have. So it's just like a bit of a hint. And yeah, it just makes sense. So that's what we had. And it makes a lot of sense to just have them in drop down / menus that opens so that you just end up with exactly what you need in the view. So all of these for me would probably just go away and be replaced by that. That would be the easiest and the fastest. The only issue that I have with this zoomed in version is the fact that now if I add like one more thing and I have one filter on, I will have a horizontal scroll right there, which means that the arrow to tell me that I can scroll is going to be really, really close to where the plus was. That's not going to be good. So that's when you're zoomed in. If you're not zoomed in and you are like in your current state of things and you're just reusing the exact same sizes of things, then you're good. So yeah. That would be the recommendations. I know it's a lot of recommendations, but still. That makes sense? potential. You know, the usual. Still would think that zoomed in is a good idea. As I said, while you was not there, uh, this is zoomed in at 1.5, and you could just do 1.25 instead and have basically most of the benefits of the zoomed in. But yeah, that would give you 1.25 would be 0.5. No, that's a copy. Yeah. uh, yeah, probably. Not exact, but probably closer. Also, that's an interesting thing. Have a floating nav bar. But yeah, no, I wouldn't do that. Nope. Yeah, that works as well. That's fine. A tad bigger, not too much, but a tad bigger. So you end up with something at 62, which is still similar to your header. And I have an issue with that. The fact that it's like the same height as this. Um, I'm sure that a lot of people in the team would say, "Oh yeah, that's the same size. Let's compete hierarchically and hierarchically. In terms of hierarchy, it competes. So maybe don't do that. But I get it. I get it. It works. Everything works. That's the plan. That's the plan." Going back to what you said as well earlier on hiding content is a bad idea, I agree with you. Hiding actions, hiding things that people can do is kind of bad. And you can emphasize things with like different size of buttons and different colors and so on. But sometimes you don't have a choice and you need to hide some content here and there because it's just like, it's such a non-important thing if it's not used. So if going back to, you know, on the onboarding, the user define exactly what they are interested in, and then the rest is hidden away behind the plus, that's kind of fine if they really selected everything, right? And you have explained during the onboarding that they will have access to more if necessary, but like by default, these ones would be selected and they can just add these. That's an option. Again, the best thing is going to be an onboarding tutorial type thing. So you open the app for the first time. We know it's your first time on this platform. The thing that we are showing is just like 6 tooltips of here is where you can add a type of venues, whatever things. Here is where you select the location, and the heart, when you click on it, it goes into your shortlist. That's roughly it. And then you're good. At least from my point of view, that's the easiest thing to do. Fastest. Oh, I forgot about that. I forgot about that. Holy shit. I'm a sleep soon. I'm a go sleep soon. Yeah, that's fine. To be honest, I'm I think it's fine. Yeah. God damn. That was broken. Damn. That's broken. What do you mean you need a screen? You have more screens than me. I only have one screen. What screen you need? We do have it. Nope. Nope. Sorry, my bad. That's the thing, and we said that it's like we use this one for no server. Server's missing, like no server. So it's just this one. Unless you do what I said, and your no server is basically just the search. What do you mean that won't fly on mobile? It's just in the center of the fucking screen. Like it's a connected without any server connection, so it's just like you can't do shit other than select a server if you have a server. But if you don't have a server at all, well, you can't select a server, so you don't have that thing. It's the same as this, which is your initial thing. Previously, like no server selected, and so you just get that instead. Well, you can't do shit on the mobile app, so it's just a matter of like technically you don't even have this send me back to the homepage, but it's just add a server to your account, and that's on your server. Because you don't have the ability to create a new server from the phone. Unless what you need is, or what you can do on the phone is add a server to your account based on IP or based on a URL. If that's the case, then it's basically the same view, kinda, with one of these, basically. It's going to be one of the inputs of like no server available. Yeah, if they are added through the API, then that doesn't exist. Like, again, that's just here. Should have kept that. uh, uh, God dang. The fuck? Sorry, that's wild. That is a wild amount of spacing. What the fuck is that? That's crazy. Um, That like that's basically what it is. If it's automated and it's through the API, that's like it's either your account has a server available potentially, but it's like off, or it doesn't exist, or you have servers available and you get there. But if you have nothing, you can't do shit. Well, you have the logo right there. Your mobile version is going to be the exact same shit. Like it's basically there. Like you can't do shit. That's it. Like that's basically what it is. It's just like you don't have a server that's linked to this account. Then what do you want me to do? Just link a server, and then you're done. Like that's what you need. You don't need more than that. That's a nice phone. It's a nice phone. What I thought. But yeah, like you don't really have any other options, to be honest. God damn it. I'm giving you the mobile version. That's what it is. Well, the navbar wouldn't really exist. And I don't have the mobile version like right here, but that's basically the view that you would have. Because it's the exact same thing. Like even here, would it give you shit? Mm-hmm. That makes no sense. That font makes no sense. Like that line height is not logical. Like you don't have a choice. You can't do shit. You can only open the menu, and then in the menu you will have nothing. So yeah. Congrats. That happens. That's good. That is good. Might even say that this is a tad too big, right? Let's do 160 for the mobile version. 60 is fine. Yeah, no. Even if I was, oh my god, do I hate Figma? No server linked is a good, concise thing to say, but it's also like a bit short. To this account might be wrong. It depends on what it is, but it again, because I don't understand how it works, I don't know. But I feel like based on the thing that you said earlier of it being linked to or through the API, it basically account has access to, in which case that happens. And yeah, if that's again, as I said, if you want to have the ability to get linked to a server through the app, which is a good ID. Not saying it's a bad ID, but you know, right now, in my views, if you don't have a server that is linked to your account, you don't have access to any server, so you can contact your administrator or link it to your desktop app or through the desktop app, which is basically saying you can either ask something or or you can create a server. So, yeah, if you are invited, then you've received a link or you have a server that is linked to your account because you've been invited. If you own a server, well, it's linked to your account. So that doesn't exist. The only option for this to happen and be visible is if you don't have a server at home and have never been invited to anything or have been kicked off servers. That's it. So you can't do shit. Like you can't search for a server because that's not an option. And yeah, like you just don't have the options to do anything. Yeah, but it's the same thing as the desktop version. Like it's just empty, and you can't do shit. You just have access to these two things, and then, as I said, that section, the menu, is probably going to be like you can't do shit in most of the systems, most of the preference, most of the things. So, you know. But yeah, that works. Can I do that? Okay. That makes no sense. Why is this bitch not transforming? Have a good rest of your day. Thanks all for being here. I appreciate it. Sorry, that makes no sense. What is this? What is this issue? Right there. Why are you? You're not transforming. Why do we have all of that? All of that makes no sense. I don't get it. I don't. I don't get it. No sense whatsoever. But yeah, I don't know why we have the preset. I mean, I know why we have the presets. That's because for some reason, we have now modes for or sub modes for some of the variables that are inside of the collections. And because this one is going to have extended collection, that is what they have done. But god damn, does it look like shit? And it's confusing. So yeah, that's your view, Stony. That's your empty view. As said, it was there already. So it's just a matter of like changing the text for something that makes sense. God damn. That makes no sense. Again. Why? I. Hmm. I don't get it. I don't get it. It makes no sense. The docs, I mean, the documentation is always the most annoying part. I agree with that. Why is this doubled? My god. It makes the least amount of sense. I I agree. I had and then I gave up. But I had documentations in the Figma file specifically to have explanation of like what is a button, how to use them, what are the pro tips that I have, and so on. And that was too much. That was way too much. I did it for all the pages though, so that's good. But way too much work. Way too much work. Sorry, something is pissing me off. This thing had new. I mean, when I'm pressing enter, I'm not pressing new paragraph. Like that's so much. And this bitch right here is not supposed to be 160. It's supposed to be auto. Like that was the base. So here's the thing. But the issue is that shift enter is working, but that's not how Figma works. Like when you press enter, you go to the next line. You don't create a new paragraph. And if you are creating a new paragraph, that means that Figma also, once again, have fucked some stuff. And that makes no sense. So. There. That is 16 of sizes. And it's the same issue that I have lately with things that makes no sense and you don't care, but it's fine. In the past, when you pressed Command Option arrows, you basically moved things in terms of where they are in the layer list or down. So that was Command arrow and up or down. The thing is, up or down, as you can probably tell, it's not doing any reorganizing of the layers anymore. And now, in order to reorder the layers, it is Command Option brackets. And that came out of nowhere with no explanation of why they decided one day to change one of the most used shortcuts of reorganizing layers in your fucking file. And that is wild to me. That's one of the other things that Figma is doing most of the times, and I'm like, why are you pissing me off so much all the times? Like it makes no sense. Just don't do that, you know. There, cleaner content. I'm so pissed. I'm so pissed. There's so much stuff that is, for some reason, hidden based on what Figma had changed in the previous versions of the fucking thing, that you end up with content that is not supposed to be in there, that is still visible and has no business existing, but it still exists. That I, one of the reasons why I haven't touched Figma in 6 years. No, it's 6 months. But yeah. So yeah, these are the two things that you can do. The only thing that feels weird, Stony, for this one, for the desktop version, is if you are on the desktop version, what else can you do other than contact the admin? I don't know. So, based on that, I don't know. But Yeah, that's the only thing that I'm like unsure about the text itself. Other than that, the view makes sense. The view makes sense. I'm good with that. I am good with that. Yeah, debatable. Debatable. That's the thing. That's the thing. Mm. Mm. I don't know why the chat has been disconnecting all the time today. On the PC, on here, and on my phone as well. Like right now, it's just disconnected everywhere, which makes no sense. But you know, that happens. That happens. Goddamn, it's late. It is late. Oh my god. Wasn't planning on that. Wasn't planning on doing that. Cat is live though. That makes sense. Um, John be live as well. Hmm? John be live. That's true. That's all I had. I mean, Pot is live, but also. And John just started. Just started. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm just sending you to the VTubers. You know, the VTubers. Was that? It's too much. I can't do that. I'm sending you to Cat. I can't send you to. And I use art, by the way. Never gonna happen. Never gonna happen. I don't think the chat is gonna work, but we're gonna see. As always, thank you for being here. I highly appreciate it. If you want to watch the VOD for some reason, yeah, that's a Linux person. That makes sense. That's gonna be on YouTube, and I need to type these fucking things now. If you have a question and I'm not live, you can join the Discord right there. And I will be back officially on Wednesday. That's the date. That's the time. That's the date. That's the thing. Um, so yeah. Then we have 2 more streams, and then we're done. And then we're done. So yeah, if you want to learn Japanese, give me some money, the usual things, that happens. But yeah, I'll see you on Monday. I'll see you on Wednesday, and then take care of yourself. Enjoy the rest of your day, as always. Eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. Have fun. And yeah, I'll see you soon. Bye.